because I didn't know anything about car industry. People looked at me and said, "What are you doing here? You don't know anything." 80% of the employees walked out on me. I was not going to surrender to that. I've learned that they can look at you however they want to look at you. But the most important is, what's your perspective of yourself? You change your attitude and you change your destiny.
would happen is that there would have been a series of photographs and videos showing man on the moon. Those are probably the ones really a little bit dodgy. But they would definitely have said, either way, we got man to the moon. And now we've left with the problem that some of these photographs are certainly a bit dodgy, from NASA, and some are not. And they're kind of mixed up. That's the backup plan. That's the backup plan should they have not worked out, should the mission have failed. They wasn't going to prepare. They were never to explain to Russia, "Oh, I'm sorry, we failed. We almost got there." They would have turned around and said to the world, "Yes, they did make it," when in fact they didn't. And someone, unfortunately, didn't on the way back home, which meant that the astronauts never returned. But they have had of missions, successful missions to the moon. My question would be, is that why are they not back there? I would say, well, you know what, as they're not. When we're told that they're not, but there certainly seems to be some forms of activity, mining activity going on the lunar surface. People do report it, and now and again, from seeing it from very large telescopes and satellites. Definitely something happening on the moon. And yet, the debated actually over the next 10 years how many big organizations are planning to go to the moon to mine its ore. It's very expensive, and could power a city just on a small amount. This ore, so it's very, very financially worth it to do so. I wouldn't be surprised if you've got some technology to help some better to get there now and conduct those, rather than looking back at the 1960s Apollo. But that's what we're left with. We're left with the problem that, how did they get to the moon? Did they do it in the equipment that they said they did it in? I think there are some problems, definitely some problems with that. And people think, well, that's might be the reasons why they never went there. But I believe they went there, but I just don't believe the full story about all the equipment.
From your research, what are some potential problems that you found?
Potential problems with that? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you look at some of the photography, for example, you've got the moon buggy on the lunar surface, but for some reason they forgot to put the tracks in, because the moon buggy doesn't hover on the moon; it drives across the surface, and it has wheels which have big treads on, and it leaves tread marks in wherever it goes. On the video and photographs that submitted from NASA, the buggy is on. You can see it on the surface, and there is no tread marks there. There's no blast mark underneath some of the photographs of the lander where they should have been. They would have seen stars. Those should have been visible. And they didn't. They didn't put them in, because on some of the not so good photos, should we say, may have been doctored. It would have been an absolute nightmare trying to paint, put stars in, because there'll be some astronomer out there who will say, hang on a second, that's wrong, or that star's not supposed to be in that place. So they're better just turning around and saying, we can't see the stars, it's just all black. But we do know that they've doctored photographs, and they continue to do so. They did do so. A lot of the Apollo program photographs were doctored, airbrushed. Things were airbrushed out from the satellites that orbited the moon and taking photographs. There is lots of information to support that there is or was some type of constructions on the moon, which don't seem to be ours. They're ancient. But we're also finding similar things like that across the Martian surface now, and it seemingly looks like there was a war or something. It looks like that we're looking at a world like Mars, a bit like the moon, the surface, that has gone through a nuclear blast, and all the buildings have been shattered and leveled, and then sand's blown over most of it. But what we're finding is things that look to have been mechanical parts, cut bricks and stone. There seems to be those sort of things not only on Mars but also on Moon, from ancient days. So it intrigues me, especially when the Bible says, and it starts with, it all started with a war in the heavens, you know, and I often think to myself, what does that constitute really? And I think as we moves on and we do colonize more of Mars, I don't even maybe to the moon, that some of these things are going to end up coming to light, that there was and are ancient, very ancient places there, constructions.
This is all so fascinating, but let's bring the topic back to Earth. You were involved in the production, The Alaskan Triangle. What is it in your opinion, and why is that location so compelling?
It is a compelling situation there because there's lots of different things that are reported in a given areas, more so than any other places that normally would happen. For instance, you have a location where there are multiple UFOs seen on a regular basis. Also, there are strange creatures, Bigfoots, cryptids. Those strange creatures are also being seen. And on top of the list, there are also paranormal and poltergeist type disturbances taking place in the same areas. So we've got this combination of all these things taking place in these areas. And you know what? People report it. People living with this thing, they know not to go out at certain places at certain times. There has been military interest in these places. The military have been out there and investigating and looking into this phenomena. There's a few places like this. There's the Emsky Triangle in Russia, which is no different than the Alaska Triangle. For its disturbances. There's a place in the Unitar Basin known as Skinwalker Ranch, and people might know that from the television series Skinwalker Ranch. And again, it's a place where there's UFOs, there's cryptids, and there's paranormal things happening. It's a combination of all these things in these given areas. Now, what connects these places all together is that they all have a very potent positive magnetic region. And these are measurable through satellites in orbit. And you can utilize these satellites to find out that data using Google Maps and applying certain filters from other satellites. And when you look at these locations, you'll find that they've got very high levels of positive magnetic anomalies. And it is that are seemingly associated to these locations where they have these types of disturbances. And not just there, but the key areas all around the world. And this is what we're finding out on the new studies. And now it's confirmed that NASA have confirmed portals exist. It sounds ridiculous, but it's true. You all you got to do is Google NASA and portals, and you'll come across NASA's website telling you that, yes, during the MMS mission with 4 or 5 satellites sent out there around planet Earth, they wanted to check out anomalies. And those anomalies they refer to as electron diffusion regions. That's a posh name for portal. And they actually use the name portal. Some of these portals are sustained, large, and could be utilized. So if that's the case, we've got the science guys now saying that portals exist. I don't think it's much more further to go to start thinking some of those might be evident on the ground, throughout around the planet. And this is why these locations are so special.
Are there any places in the UK that are similar to the Alaska Triangle?
Yes, there are. There's a place known as Bebington. It is Bebington. It's the east side of Yorkshire in the UK. And again, it's on the coastline. Lots of UFOs are being seen, some coming out of the sea, seen in the sky on a regular basis. But also the residents are reporting strange creatures. Now, some of those creatures have been described as like a dog man, like a man with a dog's head, or a werewolf type creature. We do know that we get that in Ohio, in the US, in places around America. We get plenty of those things reported. We wouldn't expect to see things like that in the UK, especially even a Bigfoot. I mean, we're only ever at 53 miles away from the coastline, and there's not many places such big creatures could live. These are kind of these are manifestations. They're not You know, they're not real living creatures. They couldn't feasibly exist and not be found in the UK. It's only a small country. But they could do it overseas easily. You know, throughout the US, there are many places. The question is, you know, do they exist? Is the question. And if these animals do, then you know, then we have to research it. But like any researchers, they follow the food to try and find out how the pattern of an animal survives. But throughout the UK, we shouldn't have. There's no room for any cryptic creatures living out there in the UK not to be noticed. These things are strangely appearing and being seen. There have been some new strange animal disturbances up there at the farms. And also, there's a tremendous amount of paranormal phenomena taking place there as well. And it's a fascinating location. And again, it's got this cocktail of all these things happening, just like Skinwalker Ranch is. There are a number of places, there are others around the have been looked at.
You mentioned cryptids. What kind of special cryptids are there in the UK?
There's a few different types of cryptids in the UK. I mean, we do get Bigfoot, believe it or not, and we shouldn't do, and it's absolutely crazy. But you know, when I go out there and I interviewed a witness. She's in floods of tears, absolute floods of tears, and I can tell that she's reliving the moment when she's telling me what she saw. She's pointing. I looked up there and I saw that, and she's reliving that moment in her mind as if she's experienced it. I absolutely believe these witnesses have seen something. They're being truthful as to what it is. It can't be a Bigfoot, not in the UK. And this Bigfoot was seen near a town. It was in a park in a town. It cannot have been. You know, but and yet people refer to saying that they've seen Bigfoot type creatures. We also have a place in Staffordshire in the UK known as Cannock Chase, and Cannock Chase is notorious for dogmen or werewolf type sightings, and there's been over 70 different reported incidents of this beast, and it's been caught in the headlights of cars. It's given chase to people. You know, it's never ever made contact with individuals. It's like it's there to scare, in a sense of speaking. But this goes back many, many years. It's you think, oh, is it some guy running around in a costume? Well, you know, we had reports of that in that location 60 years ago, you know, 80 years ago, and it goes back and back and back. And I think it's something to do with the location. And but we get those sort of things. We have in Wales the Owlman, a bit like the Mothman of the US, and you know, but the Owlman in this case, and it's basically a giant owl, size of a man, wings and.
What's the superconductor with the most what superconductor is in the most demand? High-temperature superconducting maglev trains are expected to propel growth in this sector. High-temperature superconducting maglev. High-temperature superconducting maglev backtrains. What if you make your own magnetic field and then flux pin to it and then move the magnetic field with electricity to propel it so it makes it asymmetrical? Do UFOs use magnetic flux pinning to provide a force in midair? Magnetic material from UFO crash. Magnetic material from UFO crash. Project Magnet. magnetism, electrogravitics, electrogravitics, electrogravitomagnetism, electrogravitic, magnetic kinetic, electromagnetic kinetic, electrogravitic, electromagnetic. Come on, man. What the fuck? Electromagnetic kinetic, electrogravitic. What the fuck is going on? Electrostatic asymmetrical capacitor, electrogravitic force field. Magnetic levitation module. Reaction wheel. Spin stabilized magnetic levitation levitron magnetic gyroscope. gyroscopic gravity control, and centrifugal artificial gravity control. Superconducting maglev and superconducting electromagnets. Superconducting maglev and superconducting. Come on, man. Superconducting maglev and superconducting electromagnets. Digitally stabilized electromagnet, digital magnetic levitation module magnetic saucers. Gravity and maglev propulsion. Electrogravity maglev propulsion. Gyroscopic centrifugal artificial gravity propulsion. Is centrifugal force indistinguishable from gravity? Centrifugal gravity generation.
Gather around.
3 feet in length, has no wings or tail surface.
The captain is the last man to come aboard. He will direct the entire expedition from his position.
We'll make it lined up a flight.
RM1 to Station 1. 116 hours conducting power maneuver on correction tape 340. Out. Captain, we're almost on the button. We'll pass the moon surface at 63 miles instead of 60.
Close enough. We'll make the correction on our return maneuver. Joel, set the spatial attitude control to keep us lined up with the flight path tangent. Stand by for observation schedule 17.
Station 1 to RM1. We acknowledge observation schedule 17. Checklist as follows. Green filter 93-B on electronic camera on upper astrodome. Use magnetic color tape on station 3 lower astrodome. Run 180-degree graph through the contour mapper. Over.
The next few hours will constitute the most important phase of the trip. The moon is sweeping past the ship at great speed, and in the brief span of about 3 hours, all close-up observations of its unknown surface must be completed.
Alright, let's see how he's.
RM1, Station 1. We are now seeing the Earth disappear behind the moon's rim. This will be our last radio message until you see us on the other side.
Roger, RM1. Good luck.
I see what looks like a tremendous crater ahead. Bill, what does the contour mapper indicate?
Depth of crater is beyond range of contour mapper.
We'll reach the day and night terminator in 5 minutes. Frank, arm your flares and stand by to fire when I give the signal. Okay, Frank. Fire your flares at 3-minute intervals.
Captain, I'm getting a high Geiger count of 33 degrees.
My scintillation counter indicates a high degree of radioactivity on the same bearing.
Contour mapper shows a very unusual formation at about 15 degrees southern latitude and meridian 210.
Get some flares in that area, quick.
to Station 1. Do you read us? Over.
Roger, RM1, we read you weak but clear. Over.
At 123 hours, we are observing the Earth emerging from behind the Moon. We will leave Moon shadow at 124 hours, 14 minutes. Our ETA in orbit is 241 hours, 27 minutes.
After 3 hours of total darkness, the ship breaks from the moon shadow into the glaring sunlight on its 5-day return trip. The irresistible power of the Earth's gravity has now changed the rocket's direction and is pulling it with ever-increasing speed back to the space station.
Frank, start the gyro attitude control for the braking maneuver and give me a time set for firing. Check.
At 240 hours, preparations are being made to enter the orbit of the space station. The ship's direction is reversed so that the subsequent firing will slow the rocket's speed and jettison the empty fuel tanks.
Okay for firing. Guidance tape 264 inserted. Set firing timer for 241 hours, 49 minutes, 11 seconds.
Okay. Joe, set the tank release and report.
Fuel tank set for release.
Firing timer set. Stand by for power maneuver in 3-5 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just witnessed the first successful voyage into interplanetary space. This pioneer trip around the moon will soon be followed by an expedition which will actually land on the moon's surface. Even now, construction is going forward on the atomic-powered rocket ship that will challenge the limitless depths of space and solve the mystery of the red planet Mars.
Moon.
Yo, have I tried asking ChatGPT what? What's up, bro? Hey, what's up? What's up, bro? Oh shit, that was me. I thought that was somebody on Twitch because it showed that I was, or something. It showed the Twitch icon. I thought it was somebody writing from there. So, yo, have I tried asking ChatGPT what, bro? Oh shit, that was like 30 minutes ago. Io walked YouTube. I thought your name was gonna be Io walked, like you're like walking on Io, like Jupiter, like the moon of Jupiter. That was like my favorite freaking moon to go like conduct some like military operations on Io on Jupiter. Dude, this shit was dope. Conduct military operations on Io on Jupiter, aka play Destiny 2. Yo, where's Io walk, dude? Not even there. Got any other live streams? Watch some live streams. I'll be down for live stream.
Right. It wasn't rest. Yeah, but I still won't fly though.
Yeah, not yet.
Not yet. No. I just can't fly.
I
Unless I have a broom that can do it, I'm not going to fly.
Ooh, challenge.
Yeah, what's the new?
We had a bit of a dog emergency there.
Of in a shot, so you're not going to hear anything through that. So that's another thing to consider there. Go ahead, Jason.
I just wanted to show that a little bit more plainly. Like, so this kind of a mic that will let you to move stuff over is so much better than a scissor that it's kind of hard to understate. And the Elgato, I'm totally with you, Alex, is for a long time I really liked the Heil scissor, and until it just started to annoy me, until I realized that there was an alternative, and until I found the OC White.
Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, there's a few other interfaces that are a little bit less than the Lewitt Connect 6 that I mentioned too. So if you're on a bit of a tighter budget, the Audient ID4 is an excellent sounding mic preamp single channel interface, and also the new Universal Audio Volt 1. I'll post links there. Those are good options.
Yeah, it's great. And again, at the $1,000 range, I would probably still lean towards, once I go over that, I'm going to lean towards an audio interface. I would really think hard about getting a mic. The one thing when you buy the mic is that you want to think about a USB connection as well as an XLR connection, because that gives you upward mobility. So if you buy something that has only USB, you're stuck with that forever. If you buy one with a USB and XLR, and again, that's why we use the MV7, is that gives us the ability to, we can easy to plug in. I don't need another interface, or I have an XLR. I can plug it into something, into a larger mixer, and make that work as well. And so that is something to kind of consider as you go down that path. But do think about when we get less expensive interfaces. A lot of times, the other thing we're giving up is the preamp. So the preamp isn't quite as strong. But I would definitely budget when you're thinking about your kit. I would definitely budget up to $300 for your mic and up to $300 for your camera. So that you really, those are the two things that I would fix the first under $1,000. And then I would, then again, these lights, there's a lot of LED lights the Godox, the newer lights are all in this range. If you're a little bit more money, what I use in kits a lot are those 6Cs when they need to be small. Nanlite also makes some Luma pads, and then as I get larger, I look at the 68Bs. We have a lot of 68Bs that we use, and they're a little bit more expensive. They're $250 per light, so that's going to start to get more expensive there, but it definitely makes a big difference. Go ahead.
Web camera. I was just going to say a recent discovery from my test, because I know a lot of people seem to be having problems with plosives talking very closely on the MV7. The Shure makes what they call the larger close talk pop filter for the SM7B, which is, I'm posting a link here. The part number is A7WS. I tested it this week, and it does fit on the MV7 snugly. So it's much, much thicker. So if you're having plosive issues and you need to have that mic close to you, try that.
The other thing that you can get for maybe $11 now is this pop filter. This pop filter is actually designed for the MV7. And so it actually attaches to the little arm that is at the bottom of the MV7. And we're now going to we're testing these, and you'll see it today. We put them on both the mics to get rid of it. And it's worked really well so far. And so we're probably going to attach these to all of our mics, all of our MV7s. We're just in front of it, and it'll eliminate me having to filter out all those pops later. So I think that's also, but a pop filter does make a difference as you go through. The other thing to look at that we're not going to talk about too much today, but another thing to think about is that, for me, I have a grid that sits above me, and that may not fit into your $1,000 thing, but it doesn't have to be much more than that. I'm using what's called Maker Pipe, which is the Maker Pipe is small fittings that you buy that you can just use with EMT rail. And so the EMT rail isn't very expensive. So you might be a couple $100s into it before you have being able to build a whole little grid that hangs down. Like, for instance, the lighting that I have here is not I might have it easy to find here, but the lighting that I have here is not, it's not the direct lighting. I built a little diffuser that's about 5 feet by, it's 5 feet by 3 feet. That's there with Maker Pipe and about $10 worth of diffusion cloth. So it's not something that I spent a lot of, I could have tried to buy a big light, but I've got a couple smaller lights behind it, just kind of filling it out. So I've got a nice big diffuse background lighting that is, so you can also think about how to do that again without spending an incredible amount of money. There's a lot of ways for you to figure that out, and I'm trying to see if I can load that up real quickly. Anyway, so think about ways to use that. Again, things like Maker Pipe allow you to build a little bit of a rig. I hang from that Maker Pipe. I also hang. I've got maybe $100 worth of moving blankets. So I bought them. They're 90-pound moving blankets, and they all hang from here. So again, this may not be
to the first one comes from Andy Kuckendorfer, Florida. Suggestions for 1K studio mic, and he's looking at the Samson Go mic on an Amazon boom arm with an SM81 windscreen. And he notes that all of that is less than $50, and he wonders if anybody can suggest for the.
You know, I remember a few months back, guy came into the show with one of those USB, the Samsung Go mics, and it's when you get it close to your mouth, it actually sounds pretty decent.
Yeah, I think it sounds okay. I think we got one and I was testing it, and it's very sensitive to plosives. You know, so it was at least something that I think. I have it sitting around here somewhere. I had this dream that I was going to send them back after I tested them, and I never did. So anyway, so they're all sitting here somewhere. I thought it was okay. I thought that it tended to overmodulate in not a nice way. So if it got too much pressure, you could hear it. It also, I think that when you speak very clearly, it sounded really good, and I think a very specific, very methodical way of I think that it worked for him. I do think that, again, what we're always looking for is mics that can be a little bit more flexible, so that you're not thinking about it. The goal of when you're building these studios is part of it is to make it sound great or look great. And you can make a lot of things sound good or look good, but you also want to take into account not having it work. It's just going to do the thing that it needs to do. And I think that as we get into a lot of the mics that are below $100, and there's plenty of mics that are below $100 that can produce a great sound. You need to pay a lot more attention as a user to the technique. The reason we don't send those out is because of it. Now, if you're willing to put the time in, then you can get a good sound out of it. You do need to be able to hear yourself. And the thing that I worry about is it creates two minds. A lot of times I talk about when you're on air, you want to do as little thinking as possible. Like, you don't want to be thinking about anything other than the content. So a lot of what I think about as I refine my studio is I really try to think about, how do I have something. The reason I switched to a Sony camera instead of the Blackmagic camera that I've used for a couple of years was because I found myself leaning forward and back trying to make sure I was in focus. I wanted the short depth of field, but I also wanted to stay in focus, and the Sony took that away. Like, I now just am in focus. It doesn't matter where I go. And so that meant that I didn't have two minds to make that actually work. Go ahead, Alex.
I don't know if the budget was $50 for the microphone in total. If you're willing to spend a little bit more, I'm actually really impressed with the SE Electronics Neom USB mic. I've mentioned it a couple times before, but it's not getting a lot of attention, and I don't think there's anyone that is using one, but it has a very, very nice sounding mic capsule in there. They put a very high quality one in there, and it also has a very high res analog to digital converter. It'll do all the way up to 192 kilobits per second sample rate there. So it'll do a very, very high res conversion if you're going to say you want to record some music. Not that you really need to go that high, but it just as a spoken word microphone, it sounds phenomenal.
And buying a less expensive microphone, I would highly recommend buying them from Amazon. And the reason I'm saying that, I know that you'll think that, but if you're more expensive, might go to a sound center and buy them, or buy them from somewhere else. But the return policy on Amazon is so easy nowadays that you want to test a couple mics, figure out what you want to return. I know that I bought something recently, and the return policy, was like, I was like, it's going to be like, if it doesn't work out, it's a big lift. With Amazon, it's a zero lift. So you take it to Whole Foods and drop it off, and so definitely take that into account as you start to buy these mics, because you might want to go through a couple and figure this out, as opposed to committing to one. I will say that when you talk about mics, and Bill talks about this a lot, that everybody's voice is different, and everybody, a mic sounds really good with some people, doesn't sound good with others. And so you may go through, what you want to do is have the option to go through 2 or 3 mics before you may buy one and go, oh, this is perfect. I mean, there's the Blue Yeti is $70. The Audio Technica 2020 is $80. The Rode Pod mic is $99. Although I will say that we just used the Rode. We had a client that wanted to use the Rode, and it's a lot more sensitive to popping. So those are the things that you have to kind of take into account. Next question.
Next question comes to us from Steve Simmons in Dover, New Jersey. Assuming a mid-level laptop and a blank canvas room with only a $1,000 budget, how should I allocate my spend to get the best possible studio? And what should my priorities be going forward?
Go ahead, Bill.
Well, you use this term blank canvas room, and that scares why. I have done this kind of work in 5 or 6 different rooms over the last 15 years, some of them highly treated, some of them not treated at all. And when I move into a new place, as we kind of migrated from Arizona over to California, in one case, the room was extraordinarily reflective. We had hardwood floors. They were plaster walls that didn't have any kind of texture on. And in fact, the ceiling had no tile on it. And I had to bring in tons and tons of ameliorating devices. I had big panels flown over the ceiling, big sound absorbing panels. Like I have here, I had drapes that I hung on rods to make sure I had absorbive quality on the hard surfaces, just to get within the range of being acceptable. Now, when I moved into this place, it has a popcorn ceiling, a textured ceiling. It has thick carpet below it, and half the stuff I had to use in that former room to get anywhere near decent quality sound in the space, I didn't need to use in this room. So there's a ton of variability with that blank canvas room that to me says you're either going to have to spend money to make it functional, or you can get by with spending very little money to make it equally functional. And it's going to be the nature of the space that you're moving into. You just have to try, listen, put your mic up and down.
Yeah, your mic is the most important part. Your sound is the most important part. Cutting out reflections and getting a good, solid sound is the thing that matters the most. So you want investment's going to be required to make that actually happen. And as Bill said, treating the room is the most important thing, in my opinion. Again, the thing that I have, it depends on also how does the rest of the studio need to look. I only have one wall that I need to show you, like here, and believe me, there's no other angle that works. And this was just storage, and I threw a couple things in there to make it look nice. But this was what all my walls have these big shelves, these big U-line shelves that are just full of gear and things and whatever I'm working on there. And so I have one that I just put this other stuff in it, but I only have one angle that you need to see. The rest of the moving blankets, around me, to the side, to both sides here, it stops right at where I'm sitting, but this whole area is all moving blankets, and it's a couple C stands with some, stuff that take me over the $1,000 limit. But I don't care how it looks. All I care about is how it sounds. So I'm not trying to impress anybody on the other side of the camera. So that's something you have to decide when you build these things. I don't think at $1,000 you can worry about how it looks. I just don't think you have the money to do that. But I think that when you go into a blank room, you're either going to put some stuff on the walls, absorption on the walls. This isn't soundproofing your walls. This is going to be just absorbing reflections. And so a lot of times I'll throw up a bunch of Sonics. I had Sonics that I've carried around from one office to another for 20 years. It's got holes in it the key with Sonics, by the way. Sonics is like a foam that you can get that you see in a lot of radio stations. They'll show you how to put glue on the back. They'll show you, if you watch how to install your Sonics, they'll do this figure S down, this wavy thing, and then they'll put it on the wall. Don't ever do that. Don't ever do what they tell you. That's so that you'll buy more Sonics. What you do is just use a staple gun, a good industrial staple gun, and you just staple them into the walls. It does less damage to the walls. It's much easier to fill in the staple holes. And it is, and you can pull them off, and then you just keep stapling them in a slightly different place. And I am proof that you can go to 5 or 6 locations and throw that Sonics up. And I wallpaper the whole place with Sonics. And then I just don't have to worry about a lot of reflection. Sometimes you have to put some bass traps in, other things like that. But I was able to reuse them over and over again. Now, this is going to push you over your $1,000 limit. But it looks nicer. When I don't care what it looks like, I'm using kind of wavy, the wavy moving. I get mine are what are called U.S. cargo control. They're black and white. So they're white on the inside, black on the other side. Don't get ones with color because they'll affect you. They'll corrupt your color itself. So mine are white on one side, black on the other, so I can do that. And the one thing I would say is if you find ones with with grommets, it's great, but the thicks oftentimes don't have grommets, and they're about, because you're looking for about 95 pounds per dozen. So that's a thick, that is the 90 to 90 pounds a dozen is the thickness of the moving blanket. And your moving blankets, sound blankets, they're all the same, except they're different branding and different price oftentimes. You'll be able to, for a couple $100, have enough to cover everything. The only thing is you have to put the grommets in yourself, and I didn't know what they're too thick. They're too thick to use the little staplers. You have to use a hammer. And I didn't know what the inside of my thumb looked like until I was putting grommets into my moving blankets. Go ahead, Jason.
Alex, how far away are your moving blankets? If you reach both of your arms.
No, I'm still 3 feet away from them, because I have So what I did is I built a 10 by 10 foot box. That's because it has to do with, you get limited by whatever you have. EMT pipe comes in 10 foot lengths. So the box that I'm in is 10 feet. So it's a 10 foot by 10 foot by 10 foot box, raised about not quite 10 feet. It's not quite that high. So I just built a box inside of the room that does that. Go ahead, Bill.
So Alex was talking about taming reflections. And I have a better that I finally figured out I used to have RLX panels, which are very much like the ones Alex is talking about. And they came in about 18-inch by 3-foot panels. So I was trying to figure out how to mount them as I was making a move. And I figured out, if I went to the art store and got the thick foam core, not the thin, flimsier stuff, but the like 3/4 of an inch foam core, and mount and cut it. You can cut that stuff with a razor blade and snap it off cleanly. Cut those to the size of your RLX or Sonex or some other kind of panel that you're buying, and then use spray glue, 3M77, to mount those to the foam core pieces, and then you can use command strips, which are genius, I think, and just put them in the corners of regular you go into a new space just by command strips and nothing else, and you can slap these things up. They're incredibly light and they're incredibly effective at stopping reflections. Alex was 100% right. They are not soundproofing. You cannot get any transmission of your sound from this room to the next cut down with these things, but in terms of flutter echo and some of the reverb, it will effectively do that. And I love those because you can just pull them off and take them to the next place and just buy more command strips.
Yeah, and I will say we're fixating on sound because sound is the most important thing. Like just to be clear, like you can get away with a lot of camera stuff, but sound, it comes across differently if you have better sound. It's the thing that drives people crazy when you have bad sound. Next question.
Aaron Giancale, Flagstaff seems like a starter kit. What could you accomplish with this kit?
$1,000 with what we're outlining. Let's say, whatever mic, let's say it's an MV7 with a Link 360, or Insta360 Link, some relatively good lights, and if you really want to cover your background, a lot of these Manfrotto gray screens that I used for a couple of years on the show. If you put those things together, you're in the top 1%, like of user of people who jump on Zoom. So I just want to make sure you're clear. Like, we play really hard here, but at $1,000, you could put a gray background behind you if you don't want to clean. If you don't want to put a shelf back there, you can have a couple good lights. You can have a good webcam. You can have a good mic. An Ethernet cable to make sure that you get good connections, and you're in the top 1%. Every meeting that you go into, you have a 90%. Well, let's say top 10%. But you have a 90% chance of having the best, the best setup. So when we start talking about the $10,000 one, you're really talking now about a much higher level of, really $10,000 gets us into broadcast level. Like we are now competing with a insert stage. At $1,000, if you go every meeting, you will look and sound better than almost everybody else that's there. Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, I feel like the lie here is that the panelists that have that's not what you should be aiming for. What you have is a web and a headset. The goal here is to get you a little bit more off the ground, and
And again, I think that $1,000 get you a lot off the ground. Like it's like not like a little off the ground. It is, again, better than almost any person that you see in any meeting that you go into it to. Like that's the so you just need to know that at that price you are moving way up. And then, we're trying to reproduce broadcast, so we're playing a little bit harder. And again, that starts to get into the more expensive version of this, which we'll talk about next. Go ahead, Bill.
One more thing is that we're not really trying to hack your gear so much as we're trying to hack your brain. We're trying to say, these are the things that make a significant difference in how you appear to everybody else on Zoom or whatever. It is thinking about these things. It is thinking about diffusion. It is thinking about your microphone. It is thinking about getting decent lighting on you. Whichever tools, I mean, if you can't afford tool A and have to, the idea behind getting some light on your face so that you pop out of the murk of a room is the key to this. Even if you can't afford the perfect stuff, the techniques are really what makes a difference in this.
Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
Well, this is all about dress for success. I can't tell you how many meetings that I've been in on Zoom, and the CEO is using his webcam, and I'm practically looking up his nose. We've got to get them to up their game.
Yeah, and I think that life. People hate when people say this, but life is a confidence game. Like life is a confidence game. It is people feeling confident that you can do what you say you're going to do. They feel confident that you know what you're talking about. They feel like you're in control, and ends up an enormous amount of opportunity for people all the time. And so I think that there is I'm amazed to what Tom, I've seen this over and over and over again, to what Tom about is that people of real authority entering a show with very low quality, or entering a meeting with very low quality. I'm like, did you feel like you could go to a big sales meeting with cutoffs and a t-shirt and some flip-flops? Because people, they would have very quickly go, oh, no, decision about you if you did that. And I think as more of us do what we're doing here, and as more people spend $1,000 on their studio or a little money on their mic, it's going to be more and more problematic for people who are casual about it to show up. And I will admit that once you have a studio, it does get a little constraining. Like, I don't like being in meetings outside of my house. so I will avoid that like the plague. We are building up another studio in the office so that I can be down there more often, and I can, jump into meetings there. But I do find that I'm a little bit constricted there in that realm. Next question.
Morgan Price in Victoria, British Columbia says, what would you need to change out in the $1,000 studio to make it tinker-free if you were setting up the studio for someone else to use?
I think a lot of the things that we're talking about are tinker-free. I think the big thing that we do when we start moving to a studio that's going to be tinker-free is to send them a Mac Mini with it. So we get base Mac Mini. We've got a bunch of them laying around to do exactly this. And now we control the Insta360, or we control the audio paths and so on and so forth. So that definitely takes a lot of the work out of it. Go ahead, Bill.
Well, also little things like you want to make it easy to use. When I come in every morning to do this, I have 2 switch panels that have master switches on them. I turn those 2 on. All my light camera comes ready to log into Zoom, and the presets from everything I can load into Zoom. And so in literally about 2 minutes, I can go from nothing's on in this space to ready to make my presence known through Zoom. So those little, make it simple to operate as well as well-designed.
Yeah, and I think that, again, the things you want to do is a low-profile arm with on the mic, especially if it's talking about tinker. They're not tinker-free, but it's really easy for them to move to where they need to go. And having that freedom, so much of life is interface. Your interface drives what you do. And so figuring out a way that it's easy for them to set up, it's easy for them to work through it. The Insta360 is a really good one. You can use the problem with a regular, like a Brio, which we used for years, is that you're always trying to reframe and trying to figure things out, and having something where you can ask somebody to move. Again, it'll stay that way. And you can even set a setting that they just push the button and it'll go back to where it was. So those are things that you can make happen. Other things that you can do with your lights is to attach them to a central. These lights take so little draw that you can get one of those little home kit or material or whatever plugs and plug all your lights into it, and then just simply, go, when you walk in or when you hit on your phone or when you tap a button on it, it just lights up everything as well. So you don't have to turn everything on and off as well. Next question.
Douglas Carmichael's up next. He says, for someone already invested in an audio setup, would an Insta360 link, $299 US, and a Blue Sona mic with a Compass arm, US $448, be a solid start to a $1,000 studio?
I think that right now the Insta360 is the one a lot of chosen, although again, we're going to be looking a little closer at the OBSBot because of as it rolls out, because of the OSC control. So we are looking at that one from a growth perspective, but the Insta360 is something a lot of us have used a lot to make this work. The Blue Sona, I haven't used it yet. I really feel like they made it look shiny and they're charging more for it, and I don't know if you're getting any value. I don't know if you're getting any other like value for the money. So I would probably lean back into an MV7, MV7X, some of those things. I would go. I don't know if I'd rather have a low profile Elgato arm with a. I don't like the Elgato mics. I have to admit. I just lent one out to somebody, but I don't think. But the arm is great. Next question.
Brody Brazil in San Francisco says, I'd like to suggest that at least $50, but closer to $100 goes to the acoustic treatment. Agree with everyone who says that audio matters more than video at first.
Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, let me try to round this out a little bit. There's no such thing as a studio space that doesn't benefit from acoustic treatment. And to that end, it's very hard to think in terms of, I've got these big glass reflective surfaces called monitors, and I don't need to treat anything. So it's a hard argument to disagree with.
Yeah, no, I would spend at least $100 on the treatment. Like, you're going to figure that out. You're going to put some blankets up. You're going to drop something around to start breaking that information that up. But I think that $50 to $100 or even up to $200 of your budget maybe want to eat up doing that, because that'll reflection that is kind of a bummer. Like, you're so close with a good mic and then you still hear just a little bit of reverb. So getting rid of that reverb definitely makes a difference in the intelligibility as well as just how it feels from a quality perspective. Go ahead, Bill.
And also pay attention to where you're locating yourself in the room. Most rooms are boxes, and the 10 by 10, 10 by 12 room, spare bedroom is a typical thing we find ourselves in all the time. I'm in a corner of one of my rooms. That's why behind me you're seeing the other corner. I position myself diagonally rather than square to a wall for a couple of reasons. Number one, I want to be able to get behind my equipment for patching circumstances. I found in my career that building things against walls makes it really hard to change things.
You can always tell someone who does this a lot. I can tell that it's like, tell me that you've done a lot of production without telling me. The table, when you go to set up, the table is always 2 to 3 feet from the wall, and that's how you tell me that you've done this before without telling me. Because I just look at it and go, well, they've done this before. They have some experience, because for the first year, everyone always just pushes it up, and then they're trying to figure stuff out. But there's some point where you just go, I'm going to leave room so that I can comfortably walk back there and sort things out. It's a funny thing though, because there's just this time. There's some point, a certain number of productions where people just stop doing that.
It's a tell. It's a tell.
It's such a tell. It's such a tell. Like, I kid you not, if I walk into a production and you've pushed a portable table up to the wall, I make an assumption that you don't really know what you're doing. Like, you're green, you're new. And I'll talk really nicely. The eyebrows will go up and I'll be like, "Hey, how's it going? Let's get going here. Let's see what because I've decided like you're a production child." So anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. So the corner facing into
buddy.
A corner.
How's that wall doing?
So we're gonna pick up this camera now and we're gonna put it over there. And it's like a little like. Little fluffy clouds. Yeah, go ahead, Jason.
Oh, okay, that hurts.
Wait a second. Let me finish this up real quick, though.
Go ahead,
So by putting it into a corner, I've understood that I'm not directly talking into a flat surface. It's going to reflect on another flat surface. It's going to bounce back to that same flat surface and create an echo that I don't want to get in. Once I'm in a corner, and the more complex reflections can be controlled with drapes and soundproofing and things like that.
Yeah.
But unless you have more space than I do, you want to pay attention to little things like that.
And treat 2 walls. Like that's the
way I got rid of validity in this space is that there's 10 feet going that way and at least 4 feet between that iMac and the wall, and it makes a difference.
Yeah. Next question.
Next question comes to us from Stefan Fischer in Würzburg, Germany. Does an ATEM Mini make any sense for this budget, since a recommendation for a camera probably would be an Insta360 link?
Good, Tom.
Well, since you're going to have to convert that USB output on the Insta360 HDMI and get it in, now your budget's gone. You have no room for a microphone. So unless you're going to be a mime, this probably won't work out. So, yeah, we're going to probably bring in the ATEM.
Yeah, Alex.
I would add a used Panasonic Lumix G7 with a 7 Artisans lens on there. They're both of those options are very inexpensive, and I'm on one right now.
Yeah, I think that I do think though that as soon as you say you're going to ATEM Mini, I think you're going to go over $1,000. You know, like the camera, everything else that you do to it, with the lighting, with the sound, I think you're going to crest over that. Next question.
Tom Ferguson, Phoenix, Arizona, wonders if the Linsol KZS 10 Pros in-ear are still the recommended choice.
The one. Yes. Of the Linsols in price point. There's a $25 or $30 version that sounds like it's mud. There's the $50 one, which is the one I'm using. I have I have them in every bag. The professional versions, there's I don't know what they are, Extremes or something or other, that I keep around, but I find them very uncomfortable. There's some reason that they do sound a little bit better, but I can't wear them for more than about half an hour. So I find that and those are like $130 or $150, and so the $50 ones are the right ones, in my opinion. And I use them. They are not accurate. If I'm trying to make a decision about mixing or something else like that, I'm using these Audio Technicas that I have here to listen to those. But they are, for being on the show, I find them to be great. Next question.
Ryan Raderman in Chicago, Illinois says, what would you recommend for a carrying case for the Linsol in-ear?
Nice little case for $8.99 on sale right now. I posted it on there.
Next question.
Next question comes to us from Rob Collins in Kansas City, Missouri. What considerations are necessary in a $1,000 studio when the room it's in is also your bedroom?
And started with studios in or very close to a bedroom. Mine started in college in a dorm room. And my first thought along these lines is that if you have a closet, it depends on what you're recording, really. But if you have a closet, be mindful of use that space, possibly a vocal booth. I don't know, any sort of thing along those lines. Also, remember that the mattress is something you can move, and it is an excellent sound barrier.
Good, Tom.
Also give thought to the overhead lighting. Make sure that it's the same color temperature as the lights you're trying to use for your primary lights.
Yeah, good, Bill.
And also, when it comes back to sound, a lot of us started out our first things. In fact, my first commercial voiceover job was for a TV station in Phoenix, and their voice booth was a closet. It was literally the tape closet. Whenever I came in to do my daybook announcing stuff, they would set up a mic in the closet and sit me in there. If you have enough space in your closet, that can be a good audio place for doing voiceovers and things like that. So, you're using every bit of space you can. If you are there and you have a bunch of coats and things that are good things, sometimes leaving the door open even and setting up your space so that you're either in front of or right next to that coat closet will keep some of the reflections from getting in there. So that's a bedroom use tip.
Yeah, and if you're sensitive to what's behind you, whether it's a bedroom or your kitchen or your living room, you also want to think about potentially the Manfrotto collapsible reversible background. So this is a gray on one side, white on the other, a gray on one side, black on the other. Now it's like $250 or $270 or something like that. But what it'll do is it's just something that will pop open and it's just gray behind you. And so that's something that if you're not sensitive to it, then it's fine. If you keep a bed clean and structured, it's fine back there. But if you want to if you're sensitive to it, I think a lot of people during COVID became sensitive to showing everybody their kitchen or showing everybody their living room or showing any multi-use room, you can pop up a screen behind you and kind of cover that up. Next question.
Kyle Hammond in Chicago says, is the OSC control for OBSBot only on the new model, or is it a firmware update to the previous 4K?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the older ones. We're focused on the newer one because of the chip size, because of some of the other quality things that they added. And I don't know if the OSE works on the older ones or not. So it's something the jury's still out on. Next question.
Peter Belbin in Houston, can the E60 Link, being rather small, sitting directly in front of a largest monitor, be a good alternative to using a teleprompter?
So we actually do that with Michael Krasny's show. We have a very small little tripod, and Mike, I asked him, like, does this bother you? And it didn't bother him at all. So it's a very small tripod with a thin arm that goes up, and we just put the Insta360 right in the middle of the monitor, so that he's just looking right at it. And on one side of that, he sees Makana, the teleprompter view, so he can kind of just read questions, and on the other side, he sees the person he's talking to. It's worked really well. Yeah, so I mean, I think that cost effectively that could work. You can also build, remember that teleprompter is not nearly, I built a teleprompter once with a cardboard box. so I literally was able to find glass that was silvered, and I literally cut a 45-degree thing out of a cardboard box and just set it on the monitor, and we had a teleprompter. And so you don't need to have something complicated. It's all about the mirrored glass. And so that can be bought for a lot less. You can get an industrial version, which isn't quite as sharp, for $60-$70. You get a real teleprompter glass for $600 or $700, and then you build around that as well. So there's some other cost-effective ways to do that. Any glass company that's in a major city will have mirrored glass. You just have to decide what the transmission is. Is it 60-40, 70-30, etc. Next question.
Next question comes to us from Alexander Knight in Vancouver, British Columbia. What's the model of the OC White boom that Alex and Jason are using?
Go ahead, Tom.
Okay, hold it up. It is not cheap. Let's see. Is this one here?
Is that what you're using, or is that?
Yes, that's what I'm using.
It's the Ultima. Is that what you're?
Yeah. Ultima
and I've got a height riser on mine too. So Alex, I think, is going straight across. I've got a 45-degree up in addition to this, adjustable stand.
Yeah, I think mine's like an Ultima 2 Ultima Gen 2 ultra low profile is the one that I'm using. Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
And I'm using the ancient OC White one that I've had for probably 30 years. Let me turn that back up. Right. It's got springs and everything. It's still quiet and still does the job beautifully. I've had it for probably 40 years.
Don't get the red one. There's a red one. I'm like, why would you make your mic be red?
Gotcha.
Yes, let's go. Yeah, that seems like a very odd thing to do. Next question.
Paul Wallace in Austin, Texas. What is the gear list for an under $1,000 rolling table that you could move around your offices, and what brand table would you use?
It's a good question. Here's the worst part. I have one that's sitting in a box, that's been sitting in a box for quite some time, that I bought that goes up and down and rolls around, and I can't find out. I decided it's still sitting in a box because I decided to get another one that's like the one I have here, which has got a table and other things to it. Go ahead, Jason.
My entire desk was $400 from Monoprice, and it was because the desk part is just plywood. I bought the up-down legs. It's a pretty big desk, and it's going, a 90-degree angle, so it's an L-shaped desk. That and some heavy, solid caster wheels, and I'm away to the races.
Yeah, go, Bill.
Yeah, I would just be careful about that. Remember, we've all kind of built our rigs up, and they get kind of top heavy with all the monitors and all the equipment and things like that. In the past, I have had lightweight stands, and I've done production in the field. I've almost always really quickly in my career moved to a heavier weight stand. It's a little harder to travel with and pack down and break down, but the stability has never felt like a wrong decision to me. I like things that are really stable if you're moving around.
And the one that I do have that I haven't constructed yet, but it's still sitting there waiting to be constructed, is the the Fezzibo. It's a Fezzibo. Dual monitor height adjustable electric standing desk. So it has wheels and it goes up and down. And it looks pretty stable. I'll let you know as I build it out. Go ahead, Jason.
And to Bill's point, I wouldn't play around with just any plywood. This is 2 inches thick, and it's double reinforced with T-joints kind of all over it. Because yes, if this desk cracks, a lot of money just goes away.
Next question.
Kyle Hammond in Chicago back again with Alex. Can you share the Insta360 carrying case you had shared previously? Did they sell out?
Yeah, let me case. Let's see,
We're about to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, order them quickly when we do this. The one that I got that I'm happy with is here, I'll put it in, I'm going to, it's called the the Vision. I don't, these crazy names for these. But it's a Vision storage case for the Insta360. I mean, someone made one for $18. So they and I'll put it into the link here. Hold on, let me get into the right page, and I will put it in here. So this is the one I just put it into the Makana into the chat. So that's the one that I use. I've got 4 of them. I got one for each of my Insta360s, and I'm super happy with it. So it's it's big enough to hold the Insta360. Plus, if you I have a long cable with it, and I tied it really tight and stuck it in there, and so it'll hold that. It also, so it does all the things it needs to do, and you clamp them down. It made it so much easier for me to move things around. I highly recommend one. Next question.
Roscoe Jones in Madison, Indiana up next with what kind of drawings and or graphics would you do for a $1,000 system?
I think that would be difficult depending on what you wanted to do with that. It depends on what else you already have. So the thing that has become much more affordable are things like Wacom tablets and so on and so forth. So you potentially do it with Wacom. I use a Wacom tablet, but there's also a lot of tablets that are $100 or whatever. When it comes to drawing, you'll be able to see what I'm drawing over top of. And so Video Pencil is one. If you have an iPad, Video Pencil by Square TV has got that might work for what you're doing, depending on what you're interfacing with, and whether it can see it and so on and so forth. You really want something that you can. But that's do you have an iPad? Do you have a phone? Do you have those things that start to become more important as you go from there? Next question.
Looks like the last one from Jack Ruppel in Breckenridge, Colorado. Anyone aware of teleprompter reversal apps that work on the Amazon Fire 10-inch?
What I recommend, I know that in a larger environment, in a more production environment, Courtney has often talked about the fact that you don't want to have anything reverse it. You want the hardware to reverse it so that you can decide which way it's going for lots of different monitors. But for a $1,000 studio, I would recommend buying software that will do the reversal for you. So, you can get teleprompt software, almost every teleprompt software on a Mac at least will reverse the text. So that's something that you want to kind of think through is the software that will do it. Then you don't have to worry about doing it on the far end. So that'd be the thing that I would think about there. Well, that was a good conversation. Covered a lot of ground there. It's good. We got one more. Did one more slide in there?
No, I just wanted to interject that Harshid, actually, we do have one, but Harshid Trivedi actually has a $1,000 studio. This came up in chat, and I'm like, whoa, that's awesome.
Yeah, so he's showing you how good it can be. That's great. We have one more question.
Yeah, the last one. Roscoe from Madison, Roscoe Jones. Are there any user documents that you would create for a studio?
I mean, there's always user documents. If you're doing it for someone else, I mean, even if it's a simple one, I recommend whether it's H2R graphics or OmniGraffle or other things like that. I think that you should build a little wiring diagram. Like, this is where everything is going. This goes into here. This goes into here. You have little, just so you know. And then I would keep that active. So you want to turn, say if you change something, change it on the diagram. It's so much easier to think about when you're trying to think about how am I going to do something else is to make that actually something you can see. So use it as a way to kind of grow into it from there. All right. Thanks, everybody. I think that was a good little conversation here. We traveled 67,000 miles today, 108,000 kilometers. That's more than 536 million bananas for scale. So it was good. It was good, and it was. And I think that we're going to keep on having these discussions. So keep on thinking about those things. One thing to remember is we cover these subjects in detail for a second hour, but hopefully they stir up some ideas. You can always ask questions about studios, of course, in the regular first hour of every day. So every day that we talk here, you can always ask the kind of questions. If this gets you thinking about things and you still have questions, go ahead and throw those in to our general discussion. So you don't have to wait for the next studio one to ask those questions. A quick reminder that we have the volunteer. There's in the email that goes out. There's a click to give you information about the volunteer meeting tomorrow. So I'm going to be there, and Josh and some other folks are going to be there talking about volunteering. And so if you're interested, there are so many opportunities inside of what we're doing, whether it's live production or research or prep or all these other bits and pieces. So if you're interested in that, make sure to look at the website or look at the email, and it'll send you to the right place to be there. It'll be right after our show tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. Okay. Thanks so much to the producers. It's really, really great to you have a lot of questions. We got to almost 50 today, first and second hour. So really, thank you for keeping the show going, because you do. Thanks to the panelists. We can't do this without you. And of course, thanks to the incredible staff on the back end that makes this happen every single day, 7 days a week, year round. It's amazing. All right, we'll talk to you soon. We're now jumping into After Hours. Oh, we're going to send out an announcement. Alter Merch is in the house later today.
Alter Birds at some time undisclosed. Zulu.
TweetDeck still works. That's what I use. But those two other apps, yeah. But they're charging big bucks for the API.
Yeah, it seems Elon is trying to get his money back, which he never will. But he's starting to charge more and more for everything. Trying to improve his profit margin. What he ought to do is release a tweet bot and put it on Mars and sell subscriptions to that so that you could tweet from Mars.
That'd be cool.
$1 million idea, Elon. So
That's not going to happen.
I don't know. He's probably the first guy who's going to send something to Mars, of the Independence.
He'll send it to Mars, but he just won't send anything to you.
Oh, yeah, that. You're not sending me to Mars. Okay, your money's here for you, but you got to go to Mars to collect it. Have a nice trip.
And you got to get verified on Twitter. That's going to be $50,000 right there. A day.
is also Ryan Raderman's birthday. The panelist, the new panelist.
Thank you all for being on the panel today. Great to have you.
What's up, guys? Mic check 1 2. Mic check. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
You have fallen into Event Horizon with John Michael Godier.
I should say, very surprisingly, some science report, sorry, we just published the report, sorry, we just your paper, we don't want to confuse our readers. What I said in response is not there. The there is wrong. There is right and wrong in science, and it's important conservation. Their paper is wrong. It's not an opinion expressed, and we are disputing, and you can present both or just ignore. And so I said that taken by science reporters is to adhere to scientific truth. The integrity, they cannot just say, oh, we just posted this paper and we don't need to correct it because it will confuse our readers. Because right now they're confusing the readers. In fact, it's misinformation. And when we complain about politicians providing misinformation, COVID-19 matters, that the public science reporters agree to cover wrong about a report made yesterday. So that's my realization, which is very sober, of this unfortunate reality that we live in, where adhering to the truth, especially in science, is a sacred principle. They could have easily just added a comment saying, Avi Loeb makes this correction based on which in fact brought back to that. So means that a lot of integrity.
On where the journalists are promoting one paper over another is that in this situation. Now, of course, there's plenty of stuff that when you're
sides.
Look at this for the back, she like, and like, hit the fish for the back, she like, Yo, I got Taco Bell right here.
Mic check 1, 2. Yo, what's up with the fucking audio, dude? Oh, there we go. Now it's like loud as shit. Mic check, ding dong commando. What's up, Thurston? Puff up, baby. Wake and bake, baby. Woo! I just had to play some commando music. I didn't want to get copyrighted, so I had to stop sharing the screen. I was playing Trippy Red featuring Tekashi 69, Uno the Activist, Ooey. Trippy Red featuring 69, Pulse 1469, two classic songs. Classic songs that I used to play like 5 years ago and just vibing to them, totally vibing, dancing to them. This shit's dope. Good time. This fly stuff, man. I need to put out some music like that. I mean, keep producing, like, keep hopping on the tracks and just. Taco Bell. Tacos and aliens and smoke. Woo! Yo, there has to be some aliens, dude. I wish we had all their surveillance technology so we could see where the aliens are at. I swear these cell phones and shit like this are like putting out other type waves. Fucking like microwave beam weapon, like they can be used for targeting for other selective microwave radiation devices to beam at people. They got the GPS tracking precisely, and you can use that to fucking lock in on them and use other microwave beams on them. I think that's what they're doing with people. We're being poisoned. Russ Brand, Big Pharma dirty secret. Silver UFO in London, New Hampshire. Still have Elite Dangerous running. I still have the Space Simulator running. Yo, Thursday.
Food, consuming bad products and bad ideas continuously. Franchise, sick. We're being physically sick by the food that we eat. When you said that thing about sugar, that an awakened and conscious system, we didn't know before, but we know now we shouldn't eat sugar. And I know you all love it, you poor bastards, because it's delicious and fantastic and you're addicted to it now. But we're going to have to say you shouldn't be eating it. And again, I'm not talking about banning banning it, it'd be made plain that you ought not be eating these foods. You certainly shouldn't have health bodies recommending certain amounts. And like you said, the way that this is perpetuated is because financial interests, in this case from big food, are able to create the framing and flood the space with studies that they pay for that obfuscate and confuse the reality, so that, you know, something like, I consider myself to be a relatively smart, switched on person. I still eat processed sugar. I literally put and stuff. I let my kids eat chocolate, you know, like all day long. Those are, you know, I use it to palliate them and calm them. And I know that it's wrong. And I guess now, at least, I can, you know, as an individually free person, start to feed my children and myself differently. And I suppose, at least, you know, continue to do what you're doing to convey this type of messaging openly, so at least people know that they've got the information.
Well, yeah, Russell, I mean, you know, just looking at the sign behind you, stay free. And I think that's the key thing. And I personally, let's not be banning alcohol, not be banning marijuana, not be banning sugar. But it's anti-freedom. It's just complete and utter rigging of the system and corruption to be paying. And if you added up the food stamps and the other government programs, school lunches, it's over $100 billion literally signing the bill for our own truly societal destruction. We are becoming a non-competitive society. Male sperm count is down 50% in a generation. Female infertility, PCOS, is skyrocketing. It's at 25% by some estimates of women. Our bodies, our core evolutionary functions are systematically breaking down. And
I hear about all this bullshit. I think sugar is healthy. Sugar is healthy in moderation. You have like a soda or some shit, get your blood sugar levels up. I mean, ideally you would want like a healthy complex sugar instead of like high fructose corn syrup or glucose or cane sugar. Like you would want complex sugar like in fruits.
And what he said was that
Bong, bing, bong. Bing, bong, Aladdin. Bing, bong, Aladdin. Is Bing, bong, Aladdin. Bing, bong, Aladdin.
Coming in when it gets dark, and she will flick the porch light. So you got to stay in vision within the porch lights to see it. So that night I felt unloved because I had to come in early. Everybody else's mom was sitting there letting them stay out late. And so I figured mine didn't love me, but she does. She really did. So I go down to the house and going in dark, and everybody else is going to stay out. So have my in a white looking object, like a, just it wasn't an orb because we don't see it even back then, but it just flew, and right behind it was two jets flying behind it, and then it came back, and they came back, it was behind them. Wow. And I didn't realize the significance of that moment, being 12 years old. And of course I grew up in a neighborhood that you don't talk about that. The neighborhood bully wouldn't have came out on the street corner the next day and said, hey, I saw a UFO last night. Street credit then would have been gone. Okay. So it stayed my secret over the months and years as I got older. Now, as far as the voice thing, I grew up as a Art Bell fan, and good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you may be, and I've always back we had a conspiracy at night. You've always just wanted to. I did. It was be on the radio itself someday, and so I never took heed that the voice was essential, and never thought. And still today, I don't like how it sounds. But so who am I now? I'm a father, of course. I have two beautiful daughters, and one is about your age, and well, actually, they're a little older. So and it's just been a heck of a ride. Of course, I've been married and the relationship, and that was they didn't work out, but in one particular that stand out to most was I couldn't talk about UFOs. I couldn't talk about a lot of that in the house, and we can get into that later, because of a lot of other taboo in my community when it comes down to this particular phenomena. And so at the end of the day, I am a UFO investigator. I'm curious. I'm a person that likes to keep it on level. Some people use the nuts and bolts of this thing, and I think for me, it's one of the more humor to laugh at. We're going to be they're coming out much. The media won't be able to really talk about it in such a way, just like everything else. I mean, this bird flew by my windshield and all over my windshield. We laughing about it, but it's still horrible, right? So that's where I come into play. Is one of the things that I try to bring into the conversations and talk with people, because truly I believe why, as a UFO investigator, I'm focusing on what's in the sky. I think it's time for us to focus on what's happening on the ground. So that's my story.
That's what I was just thinking. You need to post up UFOs. That's not what he's saying. Though. You can summon the UFOs and get them to come real close up. You can do some really cool research on them. Mic check. Control my microphone. Yo, yo, yo. What is wrong with my microphone? I should start doing CE5 live streams with like really good camera. should do CE5 live streams like that guy in Chile. I don't think people understand how good CE5 can be, because then everybody would be wanting to do CE5. Literally CE5, you can literally get the contact close up with EP shit. That's what I've done. I'm literally one of the contactees with the ET. How's my microphone level, by the way? Seems to be doing decent, but sometimes it like cuts down low. One two 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 one two. Mic check. Mic check one. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Why does my microphone sound fucked up? Like it's like. Mic check 1 2. Yo yo. Yo, what were you asking earlier about asking Chat GPT? You said, have you tried asking Chat GPT?
Yo, mic check 1 2. Yo, yo, what up? Yo, yo, what up? What's good? Good, shout out. Shout out. Shout out my Tombolo Commando. Shout out my Tombolo Commando. Straight up, motherfucker. Shout out my Tombolo Commando. You know what the fuck I was saying. Matambolo Commando, Matambo.
still counting. Ay,
All right, I'm gonna go into virtual reality now. Okay. Oh, Elite Danger stopped running. Go ahead and restore it. Set this up. John. Good to see you, buddy. Hey Siri, what's the temperature?
It's 63 degrees right now.
63? That's not bad. Just air in here. Okay, come and place some Elite Dangerous. Good job, buddy. Come here. Come here, Jojo. Come here, Jojo. Come here, Jojo. Good job, buddy. Come over here. Come over here, Jojo. Come over here. Look. Your water's over here, buddy. Come here, John John. John John, come here, buddy. Come here, baby boy. Come here, kitty. Good boy. Come here. Look over there. Look, your water's over there. See that over there? Look. Look, see your water over there? Look. See your water? See, John John? It's good for you. You drink your water. Hey, no. Hey, John John, no. Don't pour the water on the floor. Just drink it. Okay? Be a good boy. No, John John. Hey, John John, no. John John, stop it. No. All right, let's do it. No, I'm gonna move. Actually, no. This thing is good because in case that falls, that might be nice. Oh shit, where's two? Fuck. I don't even know what it is. Let me try going live.